Right below that, it says here's what's happening in your class. This is the home page. This is where your students' texts and projects are turned in, right here. You can see I have 2 new project comments. I have a reflection assignment and a project assignment ready to turn in. I'm going to click on the comments. You can see Cody Cabler sent me a message, so I can click on his plate tectonics message. Now it's going to, if he has comments in different projects, it's going to list the comments by project. Oops. You can see what he's working on when you're in there. So, come back. All right, so here it is. Plate tectonics, he is asking me for help right here. So I can just say get to work. And then when he logs in, he's going to see his comment on his as well, which is really nice. So if you have a kid working to finish at home, maybe he's missing school for a week because he's got pink eye, he can still work at home in your class. Browsers. When I go into project assignment, seriously? No, it's not, it didn't even want to pop up for me now. I took the pop-up blocker, turned it on. All right, so we're in plate tectonics. I can go in here. I can view the project right here. It's not even letting me click on anything now.
What's wrong?
The pop-ups are blocking me from using.
Reload the page.
I don't have a.
Thank you. That's technology. That's what you showed.
It's not that easy to read.
I found them. Yeah, there's technology, and then you do See the thing is elementary, and then it's on the HSA technology curriculum that we need to do learning when you go to HSA, elementary 5, and then
That's okay.
What we were talking about, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to link the information together because the elementary K through 5, we use learning.com. That's all that we use. And then if you go to Harmony HSA website, and then we have a curriculum that what we need to follow, and then it says K through 5 learning.com, and then it tells you Word, and then what you need to do basically. And then 6, the question is, she's like, well, we're going to use this, 6, 7, 8, and then basically the 6th graders, the first term we do typing, and then we have a different program that we need to use, and that has nothing to do with learning.com. And the second term is kind of dry information, and then like, what is computer, this, and then if you can use this And then second, yeah, head tool supplement to what you're teaching, and then it's more visualized, of course, and then, you know, then it's better for the student. So for the middle school, high school, you just kind of go through, and then, you know, like if you're teaching Word, you can just look what is on the Word, use it as a supplement. You're just not just gonna use this. They were just, you know, like,
Right.
so that's basically it. So elementary, K through 5, learning.com, you go Harmony's website, and then when you look at the curriculum, and then it's just gonna say, you know, Word, and then assign these. And it tells you which courses you need to even assign. And then,
They give us our
yeah.
whole curriculum.
Right, we have the whole,
Okay,
Right.
my understanding, what we were told, what I was specifically told was,
uh-huh.
is this is because this is what you will use. Because what
What we use, yes, K through 5.
I was told K through 8. It's
Oh,
like there is
yeah,
not- we don't have
probably
an
they
option.
changed it.
Yeah,
It's possible.
because it came
Yeah, the big
from,
change this year.
well, they did, because it came from Houston. You didn't get that.
Right, yeah, you're right. I
Yeah,
got the
so-
email, I just remember.
So if we go to the curriculum link, it's probably changed.
So
It has
if you
to
go
be the
to
phone
Harmony and then just log in and go to curriculum, and then when you click on that, it's gonna say learning.com, and it's gonna say Word, and then all the stuff that you need to assign to the student, because you're gonna create a class, you're gonna create a student. After that, you need to assign the what is it called, modular individual works? Can we call modular or no? I don't know. You may,
You mean each one,
yeah, each one. Like you go to lesson.
like math, science,
No.
She's talking about like easy.
Okay,
Big
if you
thing.
go
Yeah,
to,
but I didn't see
Yeah,
easy tech in y'all's
no,
stuff.
no, don't go to 6, don't go to
Is it just down for the time being?
and 7, yeah.
But I mean, all I know, we were told, is because it came down from Houston, is that this is mandatory. It's not an option to use it like everybody was saying, so you can use it as like extra, or, you know, there's no extra. This is what you will use.
Yeah, the question is, we're learning this, but where are we gonna use it? We're just trying to link.
Right.
So,
And in all honesty, the point of inquiry is to give it, instead of them going through work, one program to the next, like it used to be assigned, this allows them to already know stuff, which they do.
Like the integration.
Right, so it's teaching them something else and pulling this in as secondary, which is the way it should be.
Right.
And so, if you're still supposed to be doing easy tech step by step, it's fine, but this actually is incorporating it right in. So, it's almost a,
You got it?
it's almost reinventing, doing the same thing. You know what I mean? So, it might be something that you guys need to have a powwow with whoever's putting it together and just say, you know, if we're assigning easy tech and we're being told to use this, can we use this because it does have easy tech in it. It's already integrated and we don't have to actually think about it. I mean, it tells the student what they've done and haven't done. So that's the nice thing about this part. But back to, is there any other questions about that? I don't want to interrupt that. Okay. So when you as a teacher come in here, you're going to see the different tasks that they had. They have the 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if I click on one, it's going to take me in to see that particular task. So I click on View Project, I click on Task, and it shows me this is what the student wrote. So here's a question they had, and here's what they wrote about it. Now, I still have the ability to come in and see the goals. Just by clicking on that star, I see the goals and give them a grade. Now, the grade is down here, but I guess because I've already graded it, it's not there. So I can go back to View Project, click on Task 2, and I'll have the opportunity to put in 1, 2, 3, or 4. And when I get to the final one, it asks me if I want to submit. Hey, Mary. All right. Anyways, when I get through, I have submitted. I'm going to come to the grade. I'm going to say, and this, I'm sorry, this is my, there we go. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, or 4. Just put the grade in right here. So if I put in 1, I can submit my grade. And once I submit it, it's going to send him the message that he has been graded. I do have the option to withdraw the grade. I also have the option to send it back to him and say, let's try this again. So I can come in here to the grade and comment. I can send him a comment, say, I really think that you need to work harder on this and maybe start over. So once I do that, I can go out of, let's go back out. Close out of here. I remember where the button was for. That's the reflection. Same thing, let me show you that real quick. I should have jumped out of that. That's the reflection. We were in the project before, so you can see his reflection as well. The same, it looks very much the same. You can see at the bottom, he said he thinks he did a 4 on here, and you can have him tell why or whatever. But each one of these allows him to reflect on how he thinks he did. And you can use that grade in your grade. If you think, all right, well, we're going to let you tell me what your grade is, and we're going to see if I agree. And if we don't agree, and maybe we have a plan in place for how they can better reflect on how they did. You know what I mean? Like I may, if we're 2 points off, I may actually take another point off. So if I grade a 2 and you grade a 4, I may actually take 1 more off of mine because you're not, I don't know, you could be, that might be a little harsh, but you could come up with some kind of plan for grading.
So how is it grading? So 1 through 4, or the grade book, is that like 17?
So we're going to come to our to the other. Which class was it? Inquiry. Sorry, I went to the wrong place. I'm going to click on this blue name up here, which will take me to the grade book. So this is the button. I actually haven't graded it. I believe it'll show up as a 4 or 8 or whatever it is. Let's go back and grade it. Oops, not that one. That will show in progress until the whole thing is turned in. I think I actually hit to return it. Okay, let's go back and look at the grade book. There you go. So that was 7 out of 16 is what he got. So I gave him, yeah.
Yeah.
So what?
That's a Kermit.
We're gonna use bell curve today, students. I'd like to introduce you to the bell curve.
They don't like to see 44.
Yeah, they don't like to see anything below 65. No, 60. You're 70. Yeah. Do you guys need a potty break for a minute? I am too. I should need a potty break. Okay, I'm gonna need all like 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11.
He sends an email to, when I'm coming back, and my principal going, okay, are you guys gonna report? Because I have my students from last year, but they haven't promoted them. And again, I'm not gonna do what I did last year, spend the week getting it all done, and then they go, oh, we'll do it now, and then they come, so.
They said we'll be doing it within the next day that you know too.
But, well, mine hasn't.
To be
So what I'd like you to do for the next,
You see, it's automatically, trying to automatically connect you.
I think if we go through all of it
Password in there, you know,
in the next hour and a half, I think that
what we need to do is go into.
we need to go through, since you guys are gonna be implementing this by mini grade level. I think if we go in and, look at the different activities and start assigning, you guys can create your class, and we already walked through it once, but do you have a first, second, third, fourth period like that, or kind of? But do you know you're gonna have 7 classes, or 6 classes, something along those lines. So you could go ahead and create the class, you can always rename it later. But we could go ahead and create the class, we know this one's first grade, so maybe you call it first grade. We know this one's for kindergarten. And then you can put all your same students into there. You can. I want to show you this real quick before we start that, because I think this will be helpful. If we go ahead and create the class, and we call this one kindergarten, I always hate spelling kindergarten, I feel like I'm going to spell wrong. Once we have kindergarten, we can actually come and click on this plus kids right here. Maybe. And we can create subgroups. So maybe if you've got 3 kindergarten classes or 2 kindergarten classes, you can create your subgroup and say this is Miss Johnson's homeroom, Miss so-and-so's homeroom. So all of them will be in the kindergarten class, but then they'll all have their own subgroups, so you can pull them out easily as far as grading goes. Make it a little bit easier for grading purposes.
Just say you might want to give them the same assignment, is that?
Yes.
So you're just assigned the curriculum once.
Yeah.
So I separated my 6th grade and 7th grade. I would just.
You can do that. And
But then I'd have to do things twice, right?
no, but Learning.com has actually fixed that now. So when you add an assignment, you
I know
actually,
how to do it.
there's a drop-down menu now that you can say, I want to add it to this class.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's how our
So-
database is for.
So if you want to avoid the subgroups, you can, but because they have made it easier in the classes to have to assign, so you could make multiple
So
classes.
instead of doing, because that's what I've been doing, I had 2 first grade, 2 second, 2 third, so forth. So I have to, twice.
Right.
So what you're saying is if I go and create,
So I have this kindergarten class right here.
so yeah, so create the class called kindergarten.
Right, and I'm gonna assign curriculum. I shouldn't.
Right, I'll get that. So you assign the curriculum, and then once you assign the class and the curriculum, then you can go and create the groups and say, this is, 1A and 1B or whatever.
I would wait to assign the curriculum until after the groups are made, because when you assign it, you're gonna have the option to here, let's see, show you.
So create the class and decide before I assign the curriculum.
Right.
We want a hardwire before we
No.
release it. Do we need a connected wired or not? No, we just release it like that.
Okay, so let me jump into inquiry. Oops, that one. You guys know this little breadcrumb trail right here?
Okay.
Yeah.
If I need to go backwards one. Makes it a little bit easier for jumping back and forth. Now as you may have noticed, each inquiry has 2 ELAs for each grade level, 2 language art projects,
Gosh.
a science project, 2 math projects, and a social studies project. This is enough to keep them going for a while, especially if you only see them for 1 hour a week. I don't know how long y'all see them. Is that about right? This will keep them going for more than half the year,
Remember how to get
most
the
of the year.
wireless settings looking good.
So if you have typing that first
So,
semester, it's not a big deal, you can
the
still
store
push these out the
password
next,
has for yes.
or the first quarter. You can still push these out. So, we'll click on the math, just so I can hit home the point. So over here, there's this drop-down menu on the sign. If you click that drop-down menu, I have the opportunity to add them to whichever class I want to add them to. And now that I say that, I want to create a group because I want to see. I'm not sure actually, now that I said that, if the group will show up in there. Yeah, so it shows up just, oh no, totally different. So it does not show, yes, you're right. It doesn't matter if you add the groups first or not.
Okay.
Because when you assign it to the class, that's right. Because when you assign it to the class, it's going to them whatever group.
Right.
So therein lies an issue if you have one student that you don't want to do something, you would have to make a separate class for that person. I don't know that that really happens much, but I can imagine that it does. I had an autistic student that there were certain things he could not handle. And so I couldn't assign him certain things in here because of the flashing and the, movement on the page. It would just throw him for a loop. So he had a different class to begin with, but
I don't remember if it was here or not, but like I have, I don't have students like that. I don't remember if it was learning.com or another program. There was a way to make the, like 70, minimum grade of 70, not applying.
that would have to be a different, you would have to create a different class for him.
Okay, and then it's just now.
That or you just go into the grade book and put 70 in the
They was doing it.
And pass him on.
You can number the grade on the grade book rather than having them test until they get some.
Did you hear that? He was saying that we were talking about having, like I have a autistic kid that couldn't handle some of this, so I created a separate class for him, but he was saying, when you have a student that can't get, that you don't want the minimum grade there. You can, when you create that class, you're just going to drop that minimum grade, but she said in the grade book, if you get to a point where the student is done and frustrated and needs to move on, you can go override the
Yeah, you
grade.
can override the grade. Yeah, I've done that many times where I've overridden the grade.
I have actually never had to do that, but I actually had an opportunity where I could have done that, so that's interesting to know that. I never even tried it.
Yeah, because they might just be like right there, like 6 out of 10.
Okay, well, that's what I was going to tell you earlier. There's one of the programs that makes them go in, and in the process, it makes them spell some word, and the word is not a word that's used every day. It's a very uncommon word, and it's a difficult word to spell. And whatever it is, the kids struggle to spell that word all the time. And I thought, why did they put that in there? I mean, it's like the most random thing. And so I got frustrated with it, and I could have just passed right through. But there were some good things in there that I wanted them to see, so I wanted them to do it. But they struggled to pass that one because there were a couple little things like that just constantly,
The web browsing one has stuff like that where they add the extra space at the end accidentally.
And yeah, it was one of those. I mean, it had something to do with that, but yeah, so it may have been the same one.
Fix like the glitches and stuff. I know that there was sections that kids were failing because they click it, it wasn't, you click it, it wouldn't work, so they kept getting reductions and they wouldn't meet their.
Which ones was that?
Whatever was, random throughout, it would be like little, Sir, I think what it's supposed to do, what it's supposed to do is working, and I'm like, here's the one. I was about to.
Well, I have no.
Yeah, it's not working.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when I would learn to override.
I have to say,
There's nothing to
teaching
report.
in Dallas, I don't get the same,
I mean,
I don't have, the kids talk to you differently up there than they do in Houston, and I taught Houston forever, so I kind of miss that when you say, sir, yeah, somebody constantly or,
They don't do that?
no.
what?
No. I mean, they'll call you by your name for the most part, but, it's not the same as Houston, because you rarely ever hear your name. It's always ma'am, or teacher, miss. That's really big one, I guess, miss. So I taught inner city Houston, and it was a. Okay, so what I want you guys to do for the next hour is to go into an inquiry, and I want you to spend time looking at each of the grade level ones and assigning them. Create your classes that you're going to have. Even if you don't know what your classes are yet, you should know approximately how many, and you can name them accordingly: kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and put the groups in there that need to be put: Miss Johnson, Miss Rodriguez, Miss Smith, whatever. And you may not know all those yet, the subgroups, but you can go ahead and create the class itself and assign the curriculum. And I'd like you to go through and look at the curriculum, not just assign it, but take time to look at it.
Since I already have all my subgroups, I guess is there a way for me to take these classes and make it a sub?
No, but when you assign the
Yeah,
curriculum,
it's there, gotta be-
No, it's just.
you don't put the checkbox, so it's not,
I don't know.
it's okay to leave it. Unless you just don't want that.
And then another thing was.
You just hit edit and you go back and one plus two, and click them all, delete them.
But do you have the other two? That's already been good. So you just.
And the subgroups. What is that next?
Well, I think what it is,
That's
maybe there's a guest Wi-Fi over there at this campus, and everybody has the stored credentials, stored password, is trying to use that. It could be.
It duplicates the curriculum.
You just, I've never seen that before.
We never used it.
That's it?
That's.
Like, Dr.
But
Birch.
but the image, it's so tough to go from one grade to another.
Like algebra class. Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, it can be frustrating sometimes. It's gotten so much better though, and it's just the flash-based thing that's what they're using to build it. It's not better than it used to be. You used to click and you could count a minute and a half, 2 minutes, doesn't do that much. But
Yeah, when it goes back, it's gonna have to be set on.
If I were to sum up, right now I'm under the academy, but they
Oh, no,
just
it's
split
got-
it into like the.
It has 151 things.
that's why I mixed in innovation school.
So would I still keep the same account?
151 things.
So what happens is, let me see your account. Up here at the top, it says Laredo right there. That's your school, right?
Yeah, but it's because the thing is that last year was one school, one Northern Laredo, another.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. So what it'll do is it'll say switch schools right here. And they can check a box and just add you to the other school. They don't even have to really do anything except for literally go in and click the check box and they're done. Let me show you, I can show you on her account actually.
So it would be the coordinator, like district.
Yeah, whoever the coordinator is.
Oh, it's listed, right? If you go to your home, I think.
But that's the principal, but
Yeah.
that's principal from.
I think that's who you're working with.
So they'll just go into your profile and they have a list of all the schools that are there. And they'll,
Lab, it's got you.
if you're coming out of one, they'll let you one and check the other, but all the stuff will stay, it's just your students.
I don't know anybody that has it yet, so it wasn't okay. Again, I needed the framework, so can I start stealing?
I would just use that to this end.
In the classrooms, Because I have 20 and every time I do the
Let's say delete your
and then
account.
my computer's like, I get 24.
Could happen.
Yeah, so anyway, my
I know
one
that.
game is like, okay, I'm here, but I don't get the new stuff. All right, let's go to this. Okay, I start stealing computers to make sure I have computers to function. So
Yeah.
that's why I need to be there, so that's what I was doing yesterday, but now I'm here, so I'm not doing that. And now I have to figure out how to do this. And I have to oh, yeah, the boat anchors. I call them boat anchors. You just toss them off the side of a boat. A boat anchor.
Yeah.
And then they let it drag.
You want to stop recording for now, I think that's what you looking into. Probably 150 in there. Of different little things that you can do to make it more engaging. It's really cool. And this one is not right in here.
But they have a phone.
I love left-handed.
Oh, you do?
I do a lot of things left-handed because I'm one of those who's confused. In first grade, I was supposed to be left-handed. And back in first grade, they didn't want to be left-handed. So they would hit my hand with a ruler. So now I became, but I'm innately, I'm really a left-handed brain person. But so I'm kind of weird. I do something right, something's left, and some I do both. And some of things just
I used to work right-handed and I just realized in recent years, that really taught me. So that's right. You should believe it, it's like that right-handed.
I can write with both hands.
Okay, really?
I used to, but now I can't. Because I haven't done it for years, but I used to be able to do both.
We have 3 out of 5 in my family, 3 out of 5 grandchildren are left-handed.
It's easier on the board. I'll always write with my left hand because it's easier when you're moving across.
Yeah, because then you can see what you're.
Yeah, of course. That's the
On paper, I write.
So I sent him an email. I sent our district IT, well, I guess the district IT manager, because I noticed when I went into the airport, can we print in here?
Not
Actually, from student computers.
Not for me.
Not for me?
Yeah.
I had noticed, I went in because I was checking the imports, and I noticed the district IT manager from Houston, he did the import today, actually at 3:30 in the morning. Did 120 records, I just don't know what did he import? Because none of my middle school students are in there. And none of the other ones, none of the elementary have been promoted, so I'm gonna get ready to try to promote them right now. But I wanna know what he did.
Right,
Because I just sending an email to learning.com, and they're going, no,
Find something
we don't do
automatic.
that,
right.
even though they did it last year. They're certain they're not doing it. I
Well,
need to do it.
Yeah, they try to stay out of it because.
And that's fine, I just wanna make sure, like I said, what happened last year doesn't happen again. It's like, okay, I go do it all, and then someone goes and then does it all.
Right.
So I'm just like, okay,
But yeah, and you definitely want to not promote them if he's going to promote them, because it
Yeah.
would be 2 grade levels up.
exactly, so that's why I'm scared to promote anybody right now, because I just sent him an email going,
Right.
You could have brought it all redone, but it's done.
What is the guest Wi-Fi password?
Training. Oh, well,
so if I get on my laptop, can I print in this building? Can I print in here if I get on my school laptop?
you need to
It's
connect
minor.
with this one.
Do what, sir?
You need to connect your computer with this one.
Well, all I gotta do, is it on the network? That's all right.
Service.
No, it's USB.
That's not networked?
No.
Oh, so it's plug in?
Yeah, you're gonna change
You're
well.
gonna do the
No, see like,
drivers.
see like I have my own HP printer, but even though nobody, they actually went and paid attention to see it's actually on the network. But the color printer have to do it, like, they do it all.
No.
But it's networked.
So when I got out at the Innovation Campus this morning, on my accidental trip to the wrong campus, there was a pack of dogs, a massive pack of dogs, standing there greeting me at the door, which I was not getting out, because I was not going to subject myself to a dog attack. But it was like several pit bulls and a couple mutts, and kind of scary. Like, that's why they have those gates there. One of the many reasons.
Okay, so what do you want to do, something, just what, create classes?
Well, I was gonna have you create classes, but really spend time looking at the different projects.
I know how to do classes, I can.
Yeah, I wanted you to look at the projects
I can do
themselves. So each grade has 7, 2 ELAs, 2 science, social studies, and
So just go and
Math.
look at
2 math.
just go with the projects
Yeah.
themselves. I have to, the only way to look at those projects is to actually have to create a student in each grade to go.
No.
I know.
Go to the library at the top and click on inquiry.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Actually,
To see, I don't know where without.
oh, my second place.
Yeah, I don't know without my.
Small.
Oh, he's using it. Oh, he's using, oh, he's using it right now. Sorry, he started using it. But this is,
Yeah.
I'll bring it back to you later. Okay. When we're done. Sorry. Because I have, we have. And he switches.
Do you guys have access to Facebook or Twitter in your schools?
I mean, I haven't.
Y'all locked down
I haven't.
at all?
I just didn't know.
You don't know?
Do you do your own? Yeah, for this part of school. Yeah, the food campus. I innovation and problem solving. It says campus is different. This is fine.
This is the one that was left there, but it's missing, like, it's what it is. Would you do that? Yes, you would do that.
I changed all switches.
I had an extra.
Because I remember we had. Keyboards. Give them a wireless one. Give them a wireless one. This is brand new. Right. Here's the batteries. There's the on-off switch.
Probably front of the battery.
Turn off the gas. Okay.
Gonna be for that?
Oh, it comes with a mouse too, doesn't it? I wish there was a USB thing. Yeah.
I'm hoping this will be a perfect opportunity for y'all to get set up so you don't have to do a whole lot later on.
It's gone.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a picture of my daughter, and then you understand. So she,
And he said his keys are missing.
my little Baba, and my little
We may
Baba,
wanna
so all
try.
happy.
Let's go try it.
See, I like this name, but don't.
Oh, I didn't know you were back
I-
See, that's my favorite. This
She's lying. Get surgery?
Yeah, no,
I see the scar.
I have had surgery, but not there. This is, that's my daughter.
Wow.
Wow. These were taken just as my wife this past Saturday. She's playing football game.
Wow.
This was taken on Saturday. That's my boo. And my birthday Sunday, so. That's my
That's
boo.
neat. That's like,
Yeah, that's her right there. She's going to school. She's playing football. So this was Valley team. She plays Houston this coming Saturday. Well, this coming Saturday. She plays Houston. And then whoever wins plays San Antonio team. So that's her winning luck. She touchdowns this time.
no.
She separated her shoulder.
I have two.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I hear about just about everything. Well, please, what time?
Why didn't you get sports team? I don't have maybe I just in softball. See,
Yeah,
I made it worse.
no, it's, everything that's on my timeline is dogs. And then you can't see, you know, man. No, I think it's dogs.
I had it on
Now, can I do something? Because some your notes. Well, that's, it's what I have. That, I mean, it's not options. Today's the switch.
The students that I already have, like, listed in.
You know, you know what? He might not look at he's 15 a day. and that's
You can just take them out, it's not gonna affect them or anything.
I'll just have to add them back in because I'll do this in a second.
Right. Yeah, so if you go into a classroom, so hit edit and just go down and click them all out of there. And then, it's not gonna delete anything in their account. Their account will stay the same. Right.
That's
But it will allow you to re-add students. I know. I have actually asked for that, but that one I want to look at.
Yeah, I have.
So he just asked me a good question. He has his classes set up from last year and he just wants to reuse them, but it's still got all the students from last year. So when you go into that class and click on the student tab, you can hit edit and delete all the students. It will not delete their files. It will just take them out of your class. So they will no longer see your name when they log. Until
They
you
still
add
have
them
an
to them.
account, they still have an account.
Yeah, you're not doing anything to them at all except for removing them from that class.
Yeah.
So,
I've already done that. I mean, I've cleaned all mine out. That's why when I go to my classes, it's cleaned out because I got rid of them because, you know, they're all moved. And also because my understanding is, like last year, we only had 2 classes for each grade. We have 3 classes for each, the elementary. So everything has changed, so. I was waiting for a reply back to know, do I want to start importing, or somebody going to do something and then make me redo it again, and then they'll piss me off.
I'm assuming that you guys, taught in regular public schools before?
I have.
No.
No? What is the, difference?
How long do you have?
Support.
I mean,
In public school, this would be easier for the content teacher. Like if it was a Yale teacher or
Right.
UCLA subject, it would be more
Core.
not so much.
Well, I know for me, I think one of the biggest things is the competitiveness.
There's more competition.
I appreciate this
Well,
because
it's not, I mean, I'm
my
small.
school's really small.
We're growing, but the problem is, it's like, I guess the administration has the mentality of, get in all the competitions, you better win.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they want the trophies, they want the trophies. When you don't,
I had a kid who told me, I'm Miss Sure I'm ready to, I'm meeting for Wednesday for the, like, full, you know, and he, I didn't even know, he called the kid in, and they, like, it's not really something in school, but they, yeah, they put their accomplishments in place.
yeah, they want trophies. So it's like, that's what I'm saying, competitive, I mean, not with the school, but they want to see their names, like, look, our kids are doing one, yeah. I think it's administration between all the assistant schools, they're like, look at our going. Why should it matter? Isn't it the point of getting the kids to be prepared? Isn't it to get the kids into the step where they enjoy this and they can accomplish it? Why do we have to have, because to me, one of my biggest problems is, I feel like they're telling us, if they don't win, then you're a loser. It's not about, that's how I feel about it. It's not the journey, it's about the better get first place. Well, I thought we should be promoting them, like, look what they have accomplished. I mean,
Yeah,
they may not have won FLL or this, but look what they did, look what they can accomplish. They can work as a team. They've learned how to do some programming. They can build. Looking at
I don't have a lot
the
of pressure in my
journey.
school.
Oh, we're looking at the journey as to the end result. I want, here's my trophy. I want the journey of, look what they've done,
I
this
see what
is
you're saying,
cool.
but same thing, like, yes, there's a lot of expectation, but I feel like our principals were supportive, and even if you don't succeed, like fully, like that, I mean, there's still, it's about the kids are there.
Yeah.
Like, that's really,
Well, from what I'm seeing, it's not, I get great support from my principal, but what I'm seeing is like, it's at that upper level.
Yeah.
The administration, you know, where they're amongst themselves. I mean, my principal is great, I love my principal, he's wonderful. But it's like, I see that they're, you know, I'm like, going, shouldn't we promote it? Look what they've accomplished, like, isn't this possible? Like, look what the kids can do. And you know how, and since with what we're doing, and then do the jobs with the public schools. Well, they have kids, they don't even have a robotics program or this, and they haven't even learned it. So if you compare apples to apples, we have second graders who can do all this, and the rest of the public schools can't. So that's, look what our kids can do. This is really, but it's not enough.
You can start over.
Yeah, it's
Too much
just
time.
fewer clicks.
Yes,
Yeah.
we started a little, we could already start over. It's just.
What's that?
Start over.
Oh, I know.
He was trying to delete the kids one at a time, and
Oh,
they don't have to remove all.
Yeah.
I was telling him, like, usually when you ask for something, they will find a way to incorporate it. That's one thing that they have not added that I've asked for. Several years that I've asked for that.
So, so group name.
So you have to create a class version.
Okay, so what it is, and so I'm gonna come up
Say gender.
and hope you pray with them.
Yes. And then you put it.
No.
I'm gonna go ahead and promote mine.
Okay.
Let that exist. I'm not even gonna mess with the new students. I'm just gonna do a bulk update. 'Cause I'm not doing the info, but that shouldn't change, that shouldn't change the.
The only thing that'll matter is if they go in and try to promote everyone.
Again.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't do that.
How does the individual, I know the individual
So what that is when you click on it, you can assign something to the individual student instead of to a group or to. So if you have one student that is super, goes through everything super fast, you can assign.
Oh, she did great.
You have to have
That's
all
fine.
students.
And so, yeah, so I'm gonna go and promote it, because I'm gonna do all of my grades. It doesn't matter. And hopefully, again, as long as they don't do anything stupid. And that's the other thing, it's 345. They're about to. So I've just promoted them. And now, theoretically, if I go to
So you could easily go in and just change the name of the class to the next.
rid of all these classes, because I knew they were gonna, have, instead of having two, they're having three. And two, that's too much, so I just got rid of the classes.
You're like re-enrolling, right?
I had to recreate the classes. The enrollment's there, so now. Exactly what it's now. So the ones that were there are in the right grade.
So now you can do what we talked about, which is fifth grade class, and then make subgroups out of it.
I'm gonna try, I'm gonna do one class, and again, like, kind of, and again, but I don't have a.
But you could go ahead and make all the classes and just not add the students.
Well, you know what, I can do this 7th and 8th graders, because they don't even exist.
Yeah, you can do all of it, add the curriculum, and then add the students later when you know that they're ready to add.
So.
You don't have to add students to add
Let
curriculum.
me go do a class first.
I teach technology too, but I teach BCA,
Oh,
and I have flexibility to do whatever I want because no one comes and asks me questions.
so you're saying, at this point, since I'm gonna, we're gonna do this, I'm just gonna create the class, and so I should just call it like 6th grade? Or, no, I guess I would call it 6th grade, because I would wanna call it middle school, because there's still 6th, 7th, and 8th.
I would just call it by the grade level, and then you can assign a curriculum by the grade level, and then put subgroups in there if you want to subgroup them out.
What I need to do is, I need to go in.
That way, if Miss Johnson's class or whoever misses a day because Friday was no school, you can to rearrange things as needed.
We can see what we're calling these classes.
So I was gonna say is I have freedom to do what I want, so this year, we're gonna do one project all year long.
And my understanding from what I read, because like I said, I printed all the inquiry stuff, is like, there's 6 modules,
Yeah, there's 7.
7, and it's like, it said like each one should take them through like a grading period, like this one, they do this.
I don't know if it lasts a grading period, but it depends on how long you have them, how many times.
That's it, I got it yet.
Yeah.
And from what I saw, and I don't see how that's possible, I think, my middle school, I'm only seeing them once a week, I'm like, really, what am I gonna be accomplishing once a week?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but,
Nothing.
so the first class, they come in, pre-test, and then the next class, they start working. Can you assign homework or no?
I can do whatever, yeah, I do.
So you can have them work on that before the next class on their project, and if they come back in the next class, they do reflections. I mean, that, it would be, because I mean, that's essentially what it would be. If you, this first week, they come in and you say, oh, you haven't touched this program. You have to work today, and then want to see this done the next week. And then the second week, they come in and they finish, you know.
Yeah.
So your computer. Yeah, and I mean, that, it doesn't get much.
Yeah.
My friend was actually over technology when they rolled them out. So she went and trained everyone.
That was one thing, I wrote students who wanted to do this. And I was okay.
No, he found one in Mr.
But then there's like some that's called.
That's a better.
Man, they would show me
Yeah.
And then they come in and like.
I think he's gonna mess up like that.
So
Somebody
that's,
came in and
those are
said,
the ones that you assign.
that's the way it is.
Take into do the typing programs, and you have them go through the typing modules, and there's actually.
I got a lot of batteries though. Look at
Actually, it was
this.
45 credits, right?
We'll put them in here. So we-
I can do 45.
Oh, tomorrow.
Right there, which is, another typing program, so there's actually two typing programs, but if you go into, let's see, do that, if you go to the library. There is, and you can assign that, but there's also a separate typing program. Okay, easy, she has easy text, so go to easy text.
Alright.
Hopefully, all have.
Yeah, I guess that's what we did last year.
Yeah, so if you can go in and assign specific easy tech things, you can go into the specific coaching program, and it actually will continue to, as they type and they get better, it will tell them, like if they keep messing up on the same thing, it will readjust itself
And then they come.
to the key. So,
That's it. She's done.
And the keyboard program.
it's type to learn the one where they're in the spaceship. That's my favorite one. Out of all the, that was the one program that I think is actually effective.
I would use, oh.
Yes.
We could use the one last year.
I mean, that's the kind of thing you say, I want to work on this, and give them challenges, like, we're gonna test you. And bring it in, and when everyone's looking, say, yes, it was, I think last year was the first year, may have been even the year before. But,
The one that came to.
the Easy Tech has the, Kangaroo one, I'm not sure if it's in this one or not, I haven't gone all the way through all these, but, the Easy Tech has the Oh, no, kangaroo, no, that's not even in learning.com, I know what you're talking about.
Do you recommend having the commenting on the group commenting?
I would say, unless there's a reason specifically that you want it on, turn it off. Yeah, I mean, unless
I
there's
never had it
something-
on, I'm like,
Yeah, unless there's a group project that they're working on. I think that group commenting is honestly really fun.
It is. Well, you know,
Somebody comment on it, you guys might see it, right?
yeah, I mean, you know, projecting the,
I always have something up on my Twitter or something, and I'll have my class, follow me the classes around the world, and we'll see what they're posting about that day. So I'll have that projected up sometimes. So a lot of times if the projector's not being used, that's what I do, is turn it on with that, so then they can kind of see. I say, oh my gosh, what's that class in China's doing? You know, and they run over and they're opening up the link to see, you know, what the project looks like or whatever. Kind of fun. But you have to have a separate account, and it has to be, you know what I mean? It's kind of a teacher account that you're only following teacher stuff. Yeah. And still, the ads have kind of come to play in that now too, but I mean, for the most part, it's on. It'll be personal stuff going up on the screen.
Excuse me.
Absolutely.
Polis yengeyle görüşmek istiyormuş. İsa tanıyor. Hocam eşinle görüşmek istiyor. Vay.
Take a what? So go back. Here, click on this one. Actually, you're in a separate one. No, okay, see, click on that. And then click on this. See up here, the settings.
okay, so I created my, only did six, 7, 8, I created those classes. I've created the groups for sixth grade, so do I go to assign a curriculum, a group at a time, or can I hit the whole thing? Because I was trying to assign curriculum, but it took me to like,
Assign curriculum. Oh,
you know, I'm trying to see, in other words, can I take the sixth grade class as opposed to subgroups?
okay, yeah.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, so go back.
So like, so there's
Yeah.
sixth grade.
Okay. You're going to find the sixth grade group. Oh, they're all.
Yeah.
So
That's
each
what I'm
one-
saying, I wanted to assign, that's what I'm asking.
So that's where you are right now. So you're already in assigned curriculum. So click view on this one. Oh, no.
Okay, that's
really do that every single time.
Because I know I would do.
Yeah,
this
so-
one, that one, but I'll do one, you can do one at a time, right? We don't want to go throw them all in there.
Well, and you can, as long as you're forced, you can do them all. But as long as the sequence is forced, they're going to have to finish the project before they can move on.
Well, whatever, probably just do one at a time.
Yeah, but if they see them all, then they may go home and start working on them.
Yeah, that's what I don't want.
Oh, you can't limit them to the
Not
that I've ever seen.
You can do it for testing, for assessment.
Then you have to remember to put it back on before they come in the class.
And honestly, you really don't know. saying, no, you can't do this.
Yeah,
but-
yeah, true.
So what you might want to do is, give them, what we were talking about down here, is give them an extra assignment of, let's say, typing when they finish their assessment, or their, whatever, reflection. They can go in and do typing in class if everyone's still working. But they can't do typing until everything's done, so it's because it's more sequence.
That's not created those classes, so those are good to go. So theoretically, if I go in.
And after lunch, I'm gonna come back in and we're gonna, I'm gonna show you, some other things that you can add, and I have avoided it at all costs, and I just am very proud of myself for not saying anything, because it'll get you off on a tangent, but we're gonna go in and we're gonna, look at some other stuff that you can add when they're done, so.
You know, I just remember how I put the curriculum for sixth grade, remember you saw me do it, right?
I think we were in 6th, 8th grade.
No, actually, I was in sixth grade. Remember I asked you, can you do it, remember? Okay, so, I asked, because you said I could do that, all right. So then I'm like, all right, well, let me go, I'm like that, I'm going to go look at 6A.
Yeah, but that's,
Curriculum.
there's no curriculum specifically just for 6A. So that, if you add curriculum there,
that was what I was
only
asking.
6A is gonna get it.
Maybe I'm not, maybe.
No, you aren't. If you go back, everyone's got it. In this,
Everyone's got it.
everyone, 6A, 6B, and 6C, all have this.
Okay.
But then if you go on one of those, if you want to add something to them, it will only be for them.
So I guess what I was saying is it's like, okay, I understand what you're saying, but I wanted to have specific,
Yes.
I was just expect to see, but I won't see it. Okay, that's what I want to do.
We also said you could copy that assignment to another class, right?
You
Is
can,
that an
in the check,
assignment?
in the checkbox, when you're assigning, there's a checkbox to say, I can assign this to 6, I'm saying
Yeah. So you guys put it on the Yeah, we did, that's last year, so I'm trying to do.
I like it better.
So I'm trying to figure out then, what? Because there's 7 modules. So, each
Are y'all having lunch?
one is like about.
I'm feeling like we need to probably.
You're eating right?
I'll leave early today.
Well,
Y'all want to pause and then come back in an hour?
Yep.
And that'll give us 30 minutes less at the end of the day, at least.
how long is it supposed to end?
It's supposed to end at 3:30.
Good, I want to beat traffic, I want to get out there.
We'll be out before, I mean, if we come back.
I mean, we want to do your
we can leave
admin,
it.
right, so y'all can do the law, you know, the downloads yourselves. We actually need to do that. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Like one?
That way you can download things without us being around.
Yeah, I want to, and I don't know if this is like a big deal or not, but I want to download like these fonts, and it doesn't let me because I don't.
It asks for the
Yeah.
administrator. Yeah, we'll fix that. I'll fix that.
Okay.
Have to write a note to remember.
Here's-
You can get to the place and then I can,
Nephew?
well, whatever you needed to prove. Was it the iTunes thing? So the Palmer.
That's pretty.
Needs admin.
Please, on
This way.
Very extra ongoing stuff, and then do the little feature on the highway.
Go ahead,
I
try
didn't,
it.
it's on the other side. Because you needed the very best.
All right, served somewhere.
We'll get it
First.
That sounds good too. Where's that at?
Oh, it's right there.
They make it a whole new thing about it.
When you try to get
Right.
it to 151.
I don't know if it even affects right. There's a lot. It's like, when I went in the back yesterday, oh God, where? It's like a maze. I feel like a mouse.
We need to get a
How do you get out of here?
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot.
Can we get a voucher?
They were well friendly.
The other way there.
There's
You mean, go back.
Where's everybody going? I heard birds. There's a bird here? Where's he at?
We follow you?
You going? Yeah, that's cool. Am I going with you?
Is that where you wanna go?
Yeah. Hey, don't pay.
You wanna go with us?
I guess I should get on.
Oh, you already did yours?
Yeah, so they're still building. I kept my lab, what was.
Need that man right.
The other lab now, the new lab, and they all got new computers. They did, I didn't. I still have garbage. Remember the garbage from last year? Yeah, see, he's laughing. See? Yeah, so I have the garbage.
See what you do.
Sorry, just playing around.
Sorry.
It's my personality.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool, Miss Wynn. That's fine.
Is there Solid doesn't care about us?
Sure don't. I'd say things just like that.
I say things just like.
I think.
Say things a little more rude, I guess, but I could think of
A little
something.
more
Y'all probably know what I'm talking about.
Little more on the sarcastic.
Okay, look. While hers is downloading, I'm trying to do this. You don't like fonts. I'm trying to run this font thing. Okay, wait. It says this webpage wants to run Windows Media Player, which isn't compatible. Run control or don't run?
No, sure, run it. Don't be afraid, he'll never really mess stuff up.
Really?
Trying to get my laptop.
This one, well,
He was using it, I'll get
She
to it,
does.
but that's a nice, that's Mr. Red.
What? That's how rumors get started, Mama.
So he's gonna continue using that?
Yours,
Just kidding, I don't want to start
I
with
think he's almost done, then
We're
I'll do the
friends.
install.
Who is using? Mr. Shine?
Go give me a voucher, yeah.
Now you don't have Mr. Colette.
I went back in the history and there was none in there.
New to pick.
So you're gonna have to ask
I
for
saw a mini clutch.
A mini.
Well, somebody that looks like Mr. Colette.
Hmm.
And I was like, I almost.
A mini
I almost.
Man,
everything. Yeah. It's just a great together. Click on one that you. I would assume K2.
Those are actually all really the same.
K2 is going to be the same. And one of the reason why it's probably different is because it's showing, it's got a little bit more elementary visuals. I bet if you go into 3.5, it's going to look at, they're going to have a little bit older looking. That is really nice to have. They, I'll show you all that in just a second. We can go ahead and. Yeah. Okay, so if you look at my screen, this is what she was just asking. In every grade level, we're just starting, there we go. If I go into, let me get into inquiry. In every grade level, you'll notice that they all have, and I keep clicking on it, so we definitely know they all have teacher resources. But in the teacher resources, there is actually two different things. The first one explains that age range, like what is going on. So if we go into this, it kind of sets us up to understand how inquiry works. It talks about the pre-test, the project, and then the reflection. Except for the fact that I can't open it because it's a pop-up. And then the next one says inquiry projects list. I highly suggest that if you like things, and if you like to hold things, that you found. There we go. So this is a great one to print out. If anything is good to print out, this would be it. This is a list of what those projects are by grade level. And the reason why it would be nice to print out is because you may be teaching the same thing that the kindergarten teachers are teaching in their classroom. So you may want to be the added information to support what they're teaching in the classroom. So I think there's a weather one there. Here we go, where do we live? So this one talks about where the students live, their community, and that kind of stuff. And the teachers in kindergarten go through that community section in their classroom as far as teaching goes. They talk about what's in their community, people in their community, the schools, that kind of stuff. So you might want to run it simultaneously with their project. So what you can do, and what I would suggest, is finding out when your teachers are teaching these things and kind of mark down on this list so you know this is first semester, second semester, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, that kind of stuff. So you have an idea of when you might want to assign it. Yes? All right, everyone's sleeping.
Well, so you don't necessarily have, you have those 7 modules or whatever you want to call them, chapters, modules, or whatever. They can go in any order.
They can go in any order you want. But sometimes it helps, especially with the youngers, that you use it as a supporting tool instead of reinventing the wheel, because they may not have talked about whatever that topic is yet and may not know about it.
And projects list, you can use that maybe like for your syllabus too.
Yeah, exactly. But this inquiry thing, and I tried to click on it, it should work now. This actually has, this one is K2. I'm sure there's a 3.5 and a 6.8. But this has good information. It talks about the pre-test projects and reflections. It shows what those are and kind of tells how it works. Talks about those little buttons at the bottom on the pre-test, and then it talks about what the project is and how the project works. The teacher view, the student tools, how those bubbles work. And you definitely need to share that with your students, how those bubbles work. The reflection. And then there's this section right here, which is grading. And this is helpful for you. You know what? You can read this once and you'll be done with this part. So printing it out is kind of maybe not necessary, but it's a good, when you go back to your class and you can't remember exactly, this is a good piece of information to have.
So are you coming up to the grading part?
We talked about grading before lunch. You want me to do it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you show us how to override the grade?
It's just in the grade book. So if you click on, let me find inquiry, if you click on your class name, and then you're going to click on your class name again right here, it's going to take you to your grade book. So in here, oops. I don't know if it works on inquiry, actually, now that I say that.
There you can change the grade.
Where?
Well, when you have the grade in there, when there's actual grade, you should be able to click on it.
Oh, because I undid it. Let me go back and, I'm going to go back home. It's always good practice. I'm going to go back home and see if I can grade it again. And we'll come right back here. So the way you grade it is you come up here to grade and comment. Did you see where I went to find his assignment he turned in? It was on the home page.
Home.
So I'm on the home page right now, this button. That's where I am. And if someone's turned it in, it's going to show up right here under my inquiry, under the class name. So I might have multiple of these if I have multiple classes. It might be 7th grade, 8th grade, whatever. So I click on the assignment that's been turned in. It says it's ready for grading. And I'll hit the grade and comments, and it brings up this pop-up window right here. And then I have the comments, so I can see what he's asking me. And then I have the grade tab. So the way I grade is I click on the task. I look at what he's done in that task. I can come back and look at the goals of that specific group and decide if he deserves a 1, 2, 3, or 4. I can just keep bouncing back to say, oh, he did that. Yep, oh, he did that. And so I can give him a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Once I give him all his grades, once I decide what all his grades are, I just drop them in here. So he deserved a 3 on that one. He didn't do very well in this one, whatever. So I can submit the grade. And then I close out here. And I'm going to come back to my inquiry class. I'm going to click on the class name so I can get back to the grade book. I'm back at the grade book now, so he's got a 56 right here. See, I don't know, let's see. I never knew you could do this before, so this is...
Last time you just click on it. And
I'm wondering if it has to do with just inquiry.
maybe.
So the way you would change your grade is to go back into the other part and change it in the students. So I can click on this right here and it'll take me into the student's work again. And I can change his grade right here.
Oh, you would change just how you, okay. You would change that.
Yeah.
Actually,
There's
not 50 to 70.
right.
Okay.
So I guess in this particular circumstance, there's no way to override it. We were talking about Easy Tech earlier when we were talking about overriding.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so
You have to go regrade it.
Yeah, if it was like 9 or 16, you would just go like, 11 or 12.
Or you just curve in your grade.
Yeah.
yeah, and nobody's gonna, yeah, exactly. It's easy once you are in that section to just jump in here. So when I click on this, it's gonna take me right back into his assignment. I don't have to go jumping around clicking on different stuff. I just click on his grade and it takes me to the assignment. And I can change it right in there.
Now, can I ask you, I don't know if I did something wrong. Or maybe, no. But I have my class.
Sorry.
You're uploading all the campus information.
I have my class that I created with all the assignments. But when I go to my group,
It doesn't show assignments.
Is it because
It's,
I did it as,
So.
I
yeah, so that's what we were talking about earlier. So when you assign it to the group, it's going to everyone in that group. But when you go into the subgroup, it doesn't show anything because that subgroup has no assignments. It's actually, no, they have the assignments for the whole group, but they don't have assignments as a subgroup. So just because it's not showing there, it's not there, just means it's in a whole group assignment.
So everybody does all this for grade, you look basically.
Visually, it's confusing, but it should show in both places. But they're trying to show you that the whole group has it, but the subgroup doesn't have anything extra.
So it won't be repetitive.
Right.
okay, so when I go, well, I mean, when I go to my
That
classroom,
makes sense, but like.
It seems like it should be-
Visually,
yeah.
it's a little confusing.
so when I go to my grade book, how am I gonna go to,
Yeah.
So click on the class name. Oh, no. Oh, I see what you're saying.
go to,
Yeah.
it's class 0 to 8, like the assignments.
Right, so you know, you would have to break them up.
Include grades.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
What is that?
There you go. So click on that. And it, yeah. So now when you, I bet when you do that.
No, there is space for teams,
You
right?
would, I would suggest you trying something first.
I would just go to
But-
.com, I can cut and paste and move on.
I bet what that's gonna do is when you export it, it's gonna take all their assignments from every class. So you guys the only one who use this. So it wouldn't make a difference. No one else, you're not gonna pick up any other grades, so.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't know about the whole class, but I just got a reply back from Mr. Cottle, what is he, the director of instructional technology. I sent him an email before we went to lunch asking him, okay, what's the story? And he said, I will upload all campus students for all campuses next week, after the training is over. Do not do anything yet.
So you can create your classes. It's not gonna affect
You
you.
can do the classes, but I would populate them,
No, don't populate.
because he's saying, don't do anything. So I'm like, okay, so I'll create the classes, but that's it.
It's too
He's
difficult
gonna
for
do it.
English students.
Because if you do it, goes after, he's gonna undo what he did. Yeah, that's what he did. Remember last year I went in? Because we didn't do everything.
But you know what I was thinking this year is.
First class, you guys are So don't populate.
They just open it up.
That's cool. That sounds like an IFTTT. This is clicking that happens.
They just click it, they find a name, click the name, and go back
Okay.
to students.
Yeah, so one thing, yeah, but then they don't get the grades, usually they want to. So what we're talking about down here is, we talked about the subgroups separating the kids out so you could transfer their grades to their teacher or whatever. One thing that we realize is that when you go into the group subgroup, which we were talking about, you go into that subgroup, there's no assignments in there, right? Because this assignments are to the whole group.
Right.
Well, when you want to export grades, it's going to export as a whole group and not as a subgroup. So what you can do is when you're in that subgroup, looking at the grade book, it actually has a little button that says includes grades from all classes. And you're going to want to check that. That's something that you guys are going to want to communicate about because I want to see if that works before y'all spend too much time putting all the kids in separate classes.
Okay, let me get back here and see.
Why don't you go in and do something to make them make grades?
You're saying if we go in,
Go into a subgroup. Click on the subgroup. There you go. So you see there's no assignments even though he's got assignments.
right,
They
yeah,
group.
that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, so include grades from all classes. So then when, and it's not going to show anything right now, but when you export it, it should show,
Why do we need it?
if you're giving it to their classroom teacher, whatever, for grades,
Oh, I won't.
do you give it to yourself?
It's me, I'm reading.
Okay. Like I used to do this, but I didn't give the students a grade.
No, I give them grades. So I don't need to, no, I don't really give them grades.
but it may make it easier, and we don't know if it works yet, but it may make it easier for you if you are exporting them for your grade book to export them in subgroups. I don't know. Is it easier when you're putting it in the grade book to have the classes together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just export all one grade level and then.
So do
Because I imported them, so when I imported them, I put an extra column and I divided them into a different section. So when I export, I just copy and paste that column and then sort or filter.
she's so smart.
She's so smart.
Okay, he's gonna be the test bunny over here, and I'm gonna show y'all something that
Bunny.
sounded good. I'm gonna show y'all the little piece that is the hidden gem inside of, and some of you may have already looked at it. But I'll wait till she comes back. We'll wait just a minute. Let her.
You can call words right, coming in.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bunny's good. It can live
Bunny.
What would you even call that frame right there on the floor?
A ring, even though it's not a circle.
Frame, like you said.
Floor frame? A floor frame, but that's not. Sorry, I'm distracting you.
Was it a kid or did they?
No, you know what I was gonna say is when I assigned my test due to a class, how do I get into the subgroup?
So when you go to the subgroup,
Because you added him while you were in the class.
Okay, so let me just remove him from class.
no, if you're removing from the class, then he's gonna remove from the subgroup too.
He's a.
Yeah. And he's there.
Because he's, right now, he's in just the class.
Yeah, they want him there.
No, I want him right in the subgroup.
I know, but you have to have him in class to have him in the subgroup.
Right now, he's in class.
Right, you have to have him in class and then you can assign him to a subgroup of the class.
Oh, wow. Right.
Well, yeah, so that's why I was saying, if you want it, I mean, it's two different approaches to it.
You would add all the students and then when you assign, you just check the box.
What if I have the subgroup first?
Okay. It doesn't have to be automatic. I think so.
Oh, she went over to collect.
But the other way around, you look at
It was 2 steps, correct.
one step.
Okay, there you go. If you want to skip this step, when you're assigning kids to a subgroup, assign them to the subgroup first, and then they will show up in the class as well. If you assign them to the class first, then you have to assign them to the subgroup too. Yeah, but a lot of times you start with the class made already, and you decide to put them in a subgroup.
That's why I did the subgroups first, so.
Yeah, that's, you're just
How do you know?
learning. Sometimes you have deep thinkers in classes, and sometimes you don't, so. Today we have some deep thinkers. Are we all back? Someone got up and left a minute ago. Okay, so what I want to show you, and you could waste several hours doing this, but I won't make waste 7 hours doing this. Up here at the top, everyone look up here at the screen, at the fake board. There is a place down here called Marketplace. Have you guys ever been in that?
Is it like the mall? No.
It is. It's very much like the mall.
Okay.
When you're in the marketplace, usually there's stuff in the middle. But today there's not. Come on. I've lost you again. Okay, give me a second, I'll call you back. Okay, so up here at the top, you have browse by subject, browse by standards, and browse by provider. If you are at a point, maybe you're right before the semester ends and you want to do something different and get away from the inquiry or whatever, you can come in here to into the marketplace and you find different stuff that you can give the students to use or to learn from. So my favorite is the one over here, browse by provider. And you see when I browse by provider, I have tons of different companies sharing their information, Tech for Learning. We have Discovery, which y'all don't have, which makes me sad. It's my favorite. There we go. Education. NASA is endless. NOAA is got some awesome science stuff in it. So you have all these different companies, and if we choose one, we can here and see they have K-12 resources for science, and it's free. Now, I will show you where the free button is, because there is a free button. But when you come in here and you say, oh, look at all this stuff, I've got climate, marine life, all this stuff, I can't actually look at it until I add it to my library. So if I click Add to Library, it's actually going to dump it into this section over here. So click on this, it'll take me to my library, which is where I found the inquiry originally. You'll also see NOAA now. And so I can go to the library, which we will go in. Okay, never mind. It doesn't want to click. There it is. And I can scroll down and I can find I have NASA, Wordle. Did I pass it?
Yep.
I did? Is it the one? Oh, yeah, so I can see all the different ones I've added. Khan Academy is in there, which is always a good one for science. And it takes me back to that same page I just was. But anyways, I can come in and view, let's say we're doing something on climate. Every grade level does something on climate. I can come look at all this different stuff available to me on climate. We got carbon cycle, changing seasons. Here's the downfall of this. Sometimes they don't define down to grade level. So you have to get in there and mess around. Oftentimes I will hear, I don't love to go the marketplace route. I love to come up here and say, I'm looking for something on climate. And I hit enter. This toolbar is always here, no matter what page you're on. So I can look for something on climate. What it's going to do is all things in the marketplace, in addition to all that stuff in learning.com, is going to show up. And you're also going to have teacher resources. So teachers who have done lessons and decided to share them in here will also be available. And the way you know who it is, you're going to look over here at this little symbol. You can see the publisher, but you can tell real quick if it's green or red that this is learning.com, one of those squares. And this is an activity, and I'm assuming since you guys have used Easy Tech that you know an activity is usually not something on the computer, it's usually hands-on in the classroom. But they don't all say Easy Tech, you just know that. So have the national, I don't even know what that is, community assessment. Yeah, it's very long. Anyways, NSTA. So that's who this is, National Science and Technology Association. You can scroll on down. Here's a green one. If it's teacher-made resource. So you can bet that she knows the grade level because she probably taught this a million times. And she's going to have how long it is. These don't tell you how long it is. But anyways, as you scroll down, you'll find more stuff. And usually there's 15 pages available. Here's another one, a book by American Museum of Natural. So I can add that to the library. I don't have it. if I wanted to. But usually there's pages and pages of whatever topic you are. My topic of choice is always the simple machines. I taught fourth grade. And at the time, simple machines was a fourth grade subject. I don't know if it still is. But when you look up simple machines, you're going to come up with discovery resources in here. And it will actually allow you to purchase them. I'm trying to find one that's not free, which I didn't find in this one, so that's why I'm changing. But if you go in, you find one that's not free, it'll give you the option to buy it. And do you want to buy it? Probably not. But you can go to your campus if there's, you know, it may be $1. You can go to your campus and say, listen, it's critical that I have this. So this one right here, combined pulleys and simple machines. And the reason this says by now, I think it's part of the science, I'm guessing. Oh no, it's adaptive curriculum. So here it is. My total cost is 12-month subscription for $8 for you. So maybe we're going to do a whole class this year just to see if it's something worthwhile. See if you can get $8 from your principal or whatever. I don't know. Usually I go straight to the free ones, but I just want to, because there is the option. Now, if you buy it, it's going to ask you for a credit card or a PO number, and it'll send the PO to the school. You can have your stuff on file if you wanted to just, it's 99 cents, I'm just going to buy it.
Yeah.
You can come up here to your accounts, and in your account you can actually store a credit card or something. So if you wanted to purchase something. But anyways, so that's the beauty of this, is that all of these companies have decided that learning.com is worth sharing their resources with. And so they will, and I don't know how many are in here. I think there was close to 100. But I'm not sure that they're all listed here separately. But they're all willing to share and let you go in there and deep dive into their stuff and see what's available. A lot of the free stuff is priceless. So to find the free stuff, all you do is scroll down. There's a link right here. It will take you to everyone that has free stuff available. And you can just add them to your library. The one problem with adding to your library is that all of a sudden you have so much stuff in your library, it stinks to drill down through, and I'll show you how to fix that. But this is broken by subject. So language arts, math, see how many buttons there are? Science, all free. Social studies, technology, and professional development. These are all opportunities for you as a teacher to learn. So up to my library. I'm going to go real quick. I have way too many things in here. But if I hover over it, I have the option to hide it. But I have to click on this first. Edit visibility settings. So I can come in and hide whichever one I want. I don't need the FTC. And so when I come back up and say done editing, FTC is gone. It's still in there. I can come back to edit visibility again, and I can add it right back. It's not a big deal, but let's say you have stuff for one semester and you don't want to be overwhelmed with all the other stuff for later in the year. You can hide all that stuff and just concentrate on what's important right now, and then hide that next time and show the stuff that you're going to use for next quarter or whatever. So I would like to give y'all time. You're welcome to go look in the marketplace, see if there's some stuff. There's like Spelling City for the kids that are doing spelling words, that kind of stuff. Just great resources in there. So you can add in one to your library, and again, you can feel free to just working on your classrooms as well, and getting the agenda added to that for the school year.
What is she?
Oh, he's anything since she's working.
The curriculum you have to put to the main group, but the kids have to add to the science.
To that class. They were all, they were there, this in the subgroup for the activities, the summer. We signed up to the class, and they did go to the subgroup.
Is yours supposed
Well, it does.
It makes her, yeah.
Close it
Be
out.
the English teacher, but.
No. Click the X of the class activity. That's good. Usually it has their group break.
Yeah, you just said student.
Zero, that's a.
That says class zero, right?
That's your grade, so like that's why.
Usually the subgroup shows up right underneath that.
So I'm gonna go, right now I'm gonna go
Yeah,
back to
maybe because
technology.
he's only in one.
But in reality, because it's this PDF.
Go add another sub. Oh, you just
We're
logged in.
forced, you're gonna pay half, what I end up having to do, a science and math and blah,
You
blah,
can
blah.
check it
So I'm
out.
gonna be doing this
Wrapping some of it. We'll go in and do that activity and we'll see if. Yeah. Pretty right. You're an amazing kid. Do I need to prompt you to the next section? To a different class?
These are his.
Oh, yeah, he's got one. Sorry.
Okay, so let's log out now.
If we include grades. Go back to the other one, see what it says. But you know what, and what we need to do now is print it to see. Okay. Here, come log into this computer, track of this one. We'll actually let you print.
Here, and I have to turn it.
Or you know what?
I said this.
Do a print. Did you log out?
Yeah.
Go back and do a print and see, it should show up. Yeah, you can still see it. It should up there.
I just, application, grades, and then one. But with this. Choose an internship and choose what do you want to do. Classification. See, I keep forgetting it.
No, you're there. Go, okay, go back to, yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's on the user.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get it.
I just wonder if it's not doing anything else. Just hit a sign. It's pretty else. Oh, you don't. No. Just hit a sign over there. On the white straight up. Oh. Okay, so you're signing it to him again. Okay, now go back to click on this blue thing right here.
Oh, sorry. Oh, let's just see.
There's a grade there, but there's also not a started either. But you can, oh, so click that button and say.
It shows like the background on the page of the.
You can, you can put your own stuff, your own stuff. You can do stuff in,
Yeah, but that's still.
Page and more options like Photoshop and Illustrator.
Let's screw the option there, because it should give you the option to the scientific group. I think that's definitely something that can fix, because you should be able to do the subgroups in the class. Like when you scientific class, it should go to all subgroups.
Because I have to.
So it is, it's just,
Yeah, it's,
grades are there, it's not.
you can export from the subgroups, right?
And then you
Just
decide
this
how.
way, I'm this way looking at all my students and not
You have to
knowing
collaborate.
which ones are in the class A or B.
So as of right now, you need to create a class for each
And
class.
then.
All right, we just did a little test over here. And they've decided that you, instead of creating seventh grade and adding subgroups,
Yeah.
you're gonna cause more problems than good. So, because you're gonna have to still assign the assignment to both. So go ahead and just create the
Their own
class.
class.
One class per grade.
One class per class.
So we're not doing the
Ms.
group.
Johnson's class is one class.
So we're not doing that subgroup little.
No, it's not gonna work that way. Because what happens is you're gonna have to end up assigning that assignment twice.
Okay, I'll remove it. Sarah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's good stuff. You know, you got those kids that wanna finish early, you can assign them. This is where I was getting at with this really is.
Well, that, another thing I'm hoping is depending on what the projects are, I have that as a tool that they can actually, I can go through, go, oh, hey, go do this to help them with like a project for that particular, the series that we're working on, whatever. Yeah, hey, go to this, go to this, and just find, and then let's help them find the resources that.
Yeah.
So that we can do like your
Okay, let me go.
Assignments first.
Kinder A, do the assignment that we're doing, and then copy Kinder A, and just name it Kinder B, and just do.
Okay, so they have another workaround over here. She said when you can use that duplicate button when you're creating the class. There's that little double papers button. Create the group, assign the assignments, and then duplicate it for the next class, and just name the class something different. And name the subgroup, or whatever, something different. Class. So if you have seventh grade, create the seventh grade class, seventh grade Ms. Johnson, and then you can duplicate it and name it Ms. Smith.
Their username or is it teacher's last name? So when you ask what the grade book, you can always sort by. And to make it easier for like Kinder first, I would use like the teacher initials like FB1, FB2.
So.
You can do that in 10th of course.
So if you're saying you can't do it,
So you can do it.
So what they said another way is to create one. So you create your Miss Johnson class. Say she's seventh grade, and you have three. Once you get done with Miss Johnson's class, adding all the assignments, then you duplicate it right here. You get that, and say, I want to duplicate Miss Johnson's class. and then you can name it this stuff, and all the assignments are in there. You're still gonna have to add your students.
Right, but no, what I'm saying is like, because they're all mine.
I only had 8 grades.
You know,
So,
I know, I'm not doing a, you know, about the photo and like, that's either on form, but in this particular line, I mean, they're all my line. And the way I'd always name them is by how it's written in school, like, yeah, 6A is B, now we have 6C. So I was like, yeah, that.
I think some of these are already in there.
So,
Their usernames
for
are
these purposes,
So,
Yeah, that's how I'm doing it.
I'm just gonna have the 6, like, that
Well,
important.
that's how.
And you don't mind
Mine
sorting
has
out
the
the
really
really
cool
cool
takeaway.
Yeah.
to get them, because you've got 3 different classes, so they're gonna show up in the grade
Oh,
book. No, I'm saying 3 different for 6th grade.
Oh, yeah.
So you're gonna have to, when you put the grades in the grade system, you're gonna have to.
There's a class.
Well, I'm gonna create, that's what I'm saying, I'm gonna go in here.
Yeah, because
What I'm gonna do, I want to have.
you may not like
You're not
it.
gonna like
Remove that, and have, I'm gonna have
6A, 6B, 6C, but you only wanna make one of them.
So,
If I
And do
can
the
get
grade.
Or,
Okay,
In other words, we're starting over.
yeah. So here's an idea. You have the quick students that want extra stuff, or you have the students who are overachievers that want to go home and work. Create a subgroup for that kid, for those kids. You create a subgroup in there, and then you can assign them stuff from the marketplace that they can go in and do on their own, and it has nothing to do with your
So
curriculum.
we can title it like extra credit or extra work.
Exactly.
Sign for the marketplace?
Yeah, so when you saw when I opened it up, you had, once it's in your files, you can go in there and you can click assign to this class. So,
Because that's, that individual student you're putting in a separate group,
placeholder meeting.
but they're still part of the regular class, right?
Beginning of the year, we have.
But they're now in a
If
subgroup.
nothing's happened, you haven't done anything.
So,
and we have a subgroup
Changes.
that's totally separate, so it's
How is it when they log in at home, that they're not seeing the class?
not- don't have the tabs.
Okay, okay.
So when they log in, they'll have, you can create one, but so you'll have the,
Oh, that's right, because I used to do English and Spanish, so they'll have one that says like 0 for your kinder and then one that says 0A.
Like, I know.
And they'll have to click.
they'll just have to change the group they're looking at.
Oh, I see.
And, most kids won't have that, so it won't even matter.
Right.
And that class can be out of order, it can be no grade, it can be whatever you want it to be. 0%, pass, fail, complete, incomplete. So you can give them extra credit if they complete it. Unfortunately, most of that stuff, though, is gonna show complete once you click on it, right? So you don't know if they did it or not, but you could have them do something.
If there's no tracking.
Right. You could have them do something to bring in to show that they did whatever they were.
Do you do that?
I let them do that.
But do you charge for that or do you just?
Oh, you can have, so they came up with this, which I really like. At the end of the year, in the page, both you can have, if you're doing you know, page X. And then the next thing you should do is school.
So let me try to-
And then have 6A.
So,
But aside the
And then write in whatever you want.
And whoever takes the pictures.
The one section is you want me to take the pictures of me on TV. And then we send that to them. You send it to me. You get it in your picture to them.
He took a piece of
They'll
paper that.
drop it.
Had to log in, they sent us.
Awesome. I might be officially logged in.
good job.
I just got a receipt from her.
Oh, yeah. That's another thing. You will get a receipt if you purchase something. Don't let you out. I have been freaked out that I've purchased something.
Yeah, I had to scroll down where it says 0.
He really didn't think that. What's wrong?
I added it to the library so that I would.
Movies together, we know movies together.
I might have to close that window.
All lunch and after school pictures. Like, these are
I just got logged out.
Oh, is it?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Pretty good timing
Make
there.
sure someone can always go to games and stuff.
Should have stopped.
Like,
Yeah, well, I had to read that.
we could actually go there. See, and so like right now, we won't have anything, but they have this template set up at the very beginning. They thought they can do this.
So that you want us to do the have to send it.
Yeah, that's in your password.
You have mine.
I have not missed that time. No, so sick of hearing it.
You took the peel.
It was interesting how it's based. Everybody took it for it.
I'm just trying to see it. It's still testy in English. No, but it's.
See, and outside of a form, that is where you get it here.
Does it speak in English?
Events, you can charge up. All you gotta do whatever. I mean, there's a.
But that's what I mean, like.
It's on your team. They were titled president, ex-president, team captain, your title, yes, what your title is, and any dates of your event. And your function of the game, whatever the case is.
Yeah, but they still have it down in Lisbon, in Spanish.
Or if you're.
We all.
We're trying to look up the ring name. I was trying to look up the ring name.
You know, I think the guy that was here before me year before last, he, if I'm not mistaken, he said he ordered it through Lego. Because I asked him about it.
I found a picture, but I could not find anything.
It looks like something new. You could put together somewhere.
I mean, you
Is there
can,
any manufacturing name on it?
What was the name you found, or what did you search the name?
what I got was, it was actually made of wood when I finally, because in the picture it looked like it was that. But then when you got to the picture, it was wood. And I was like,
Maybe something.
I'll ask the purchasing guy here where he got it. Surely he'd know. I think it's fairly new. Because the guy that was before me, he really got the robotics going and everything at the school. So I think when he came in, he started ordering things. So it's a fairly new setup.
And then you use that money towards the purchase of that. Very good.
Are the students here lottery students or? Yeah,
Well, it's,
So what do you use that money towards?
lottery family.
The club itself
First
or
start, and
just
then
your?
it goes to
That's, yeah, if your siblings are already in.
And then you can
yeah,
also.
you hit that in, and you have,
Priority.
Show up, you know, examples or something.
Said robotic ring walls, and it shows Wally.
Wally. Oh, you know, you can look this up.
Present yourself. Or your kids are being pushed up into I know the kid, I.
Jim?
She's my friend.
J-I-D-O.
Right.
So she wants to.
And there's like just a video of that.
Family robot, everyone will want.
Yeah, it's cool, really, really cool.
There's quite a few out there. I work with Discovery a lot. I go to a 10-day conference during the summer with them, and this year we did a lot of hands-on. And we had a room, and everyone brought all their Legos, all their off-the-wall robotic stuff. We had makey-makeys, like, I don't know if you use those, I've ever done those. We had a human piano going, I mean, it's the coolest thing. We had little cars that you programmed, little blocks that, every table had something different on it. We went around and
That's neat.
learned.
That one's just like a,
This right. Do you know what we got?
it's just a, I don't know, just like helps you with like everyday tasks or like, I don't know, he has a bunch of videos, it's kind of, you know.
I pulled it up, so
Yeah.
it's just interesting that it has my name on it.
Like the way you find
Like.
You find it? FTC's
But
like
it's
part
gonna
of
be
it.
like for everything. But the parents can size it.
Yeah, but that's the one where, or no.
$100, the whole thing, $100.
What do you think?
You can decide.
You know what, I bet the plexiglass was cut.
Oh, you're still looking for the plans how to make that?
Here.
Hey, if you find it, let me know.
You just did the, what was it?
Yeah, because I would say it's probably an FTC ring, not.
That's not an FLL one.
No, it's just like forever.
FLLs are it's long and narrow.
There you go.
Is what?
Andy Moore?
What does FTC stand for?
Federal Trade Commission. Federal Trade Commission.
How much?
659.
There's no way I can do that.
Some grants coming, baby, come on, bring me some grant money. Big money. You remember that show?
Yeah.
What was that?
Press your luck.
Yeah, there you go. Whammy. Okay, we're being prepared tonight.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to. All right. So one more thing I'm going to show you. Totally forgot about the assessments. So assessments are interesting because they allow you to set up, and you know we talked earlier about the having kids allowed in and out. at certain times of the day. Assessments actually does have that capability. So the nice thing about assessments is not only are you setting up an assessment for your students, but you have to, well, not only are you setting up assessments for your students, but you're blocking out all the other activities they have. So if you're doing inquiry and you're doing assessments, you want to be very specific about what days you're going to lock out inquiry so that you don't have a day where your kids can't do anything because inquiry is locked out and they haven't taken their assessment yet. And it's very easy to do, but I'm going to take you in here. So this is, we have custom assessments. Since y'all don't teach math, I'm not going to show you those, but you can build custom assessments if you want.
Yeah.
But we will come in here. We have these are the TCEA pre-test and post-test for assessment. And I grabbed the wrong one. I went into post-test. The first one you're going to do at the beginning of the year, and that's the pre-test. The second one you'll do at the end of the year to see where they are. You can do these at any age, and it helps you to understand what you're missing in your class. So it might give you ideas for little activities that you can do during the year that don't have anything to do with using learning.com, but things that will help your students to grow. So if I want to schedule this, I'll hit schedule now.
Quick question.
Yes.
Like I went to assessments.
Yeah, so it may be turned off because everything was turned off. So
That other thing, who do you
it's, yeah, administration.
So I have to ask administration to turn it on?
If you give assessments, I don't know what grades give assessments here. I know 8th grade is required in the state of Texas, so if you have 8th grade, if they don't have something in place already, this
So I should probably
meets the
write
needs
back
of the state.
to Ali Kaba again, he's a hate me. Do we need to turn on assessments?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a separate purchase or not. I don't think it is because it's at the top, but, okay, so you have the select start date and the select end date. So this is where I'm talking about. You need to be thoughtful and mindful of your class and when they're going to be taking the test date because you don't want to lock them out of everything else. So you have the days that it's available. So I may just say we're going to do it when they come next Monday, we're going to do it that Monday, and I may make this start date and end date the same date on that Monday. And then I'll just click the Monday as the date, leave all the others blank. I can do the daily window, so what time do they get there and what time do they leave school, so they don't have an option. And maybe I just do it for, yeah.
You know how long the assessment itself lasts?
It's not very long. It's like,
In other words, can it be done in a class period?
usually, yes. I mean, you may have a student, but.
Well, there's always going to be those, but
Yes.
I mean, for the most part,
Yeah, most of my kids finished in 30 to 40 minutes.
And you can set that up for a different class?
You can. So I have the AM and PM right here. I can randomize the question so that it shows up in different orders for every student, which is nice. And I can make the curriculum inactive during the daily time windows so that they can't do something else when they're supposed to be taking the test. Okay, so because I don't have this date,
Right now, hey, go yesterday. Well, I was working.
31. It's not gonna let me go.
This dude is like South.
So once I schedule it, it will lock the, and that's part of the problem right now. Once I schedule it, it's gonna lock the stuff down on that day, and all they're gonna be able to do is log in and take that assessment. And the assessment is very simple. It looks kind of similar to what y'all experienced today in that other assessment, where there's usually 4 blocks, and they choose their answer by clicking on it. The difference is instead of having all those bubbles at the bottom, you'll have them over on the left, on the right-hand side. And I can show you what it looks like on their main page because they actually, that's one of those buttons that you can only get to out here. So it's under, we're going to click on that. assessments. So we can do the tech literacy assessment. And you can come in here and do sample assessment. We can click on it and it'll show you what it looks like. So you have the square over on the side. So there may be some multiple choice, there may be a task question where you actually have to make something happen. But you have this side over here that allows you to see your progress as you go through. So it'll light up as you answer. And it won't light up if you skip it, and sometimes it's a good visual to know that you missed that question, you go back through it. So it's also nice because the kids can skip questions they don't know and go through the ones they do know.
This is more kind of like we do the beginning of the year, like you want to see, I guess, who knows what, or if they're prepared to go to.
So that's what I was telling. There's a pre-test and a post-test. So there's one for the beginning of the year and one for the end of the year. You could do both of them, yeah. And I highly recommend doing both of them because it gives you a focus for the school year.
Yeah.
It gives you an opportunity to know really all the kids miss this question. This is one thing we have to touch on.
And I saw, was that K through 8? Is that what it said, or?
Yeah, because 8th grade is the assessment year for that particular thing. But if you want to look at it, it's on that outside page. You don't even have to be logged in. Just go in and click on it. You can do a sample test.
Should I give them a quick assessment here and get work?
She said hers didn't show up, so. No, his schedule assessment. Go back. Assessment. That hits schedule assessment right there. You know what? No, before you write that letter, go back to learning.com. Hit assessments.
But nothing came up. There are no assessments scheduled.
But does it, so it doesn't show you that?
Yeah, all of it.
Something specific.
There's a
I mean, if I go to the library.
Here's just, that's like, yeah, there's so Wayfind is in there too. You guys might see Wayfind. That's a teacher assessment. So you can assess yourself. You can take it, assess yourself, and then see what your test score is and what you missed, and figure out where you need help. And that actually then takes you to the marketplace where you can go into that teacher, those teacher tools, and see what's available for that. So if you hit schedule now on one of those, oh, you're in. That is a tech literacy assessment, so. But you had everything else too, and they got added after, so they just may not have it, because we didn't make it.
You're right.
No, it isn't under assessment. Yeah. So I guess you are supposed to have it, because she has it down here where she was the one that had everything to begin with. All right, so the question is, at this point, do you guys feel like there is more that you can learn? Do you have more questions that we
Oh, yeah, I believe we did sign it,